Hello everyone, Hypershatic 100 here. We are going to be playing Final Fantasy X, the HD remaster. Now I have beaten X, so I know what I'm doing in this game. Unlike Final Fantasy XII, where I only got up to about halfway. Oh, that's touching. Just go ahead and start a new game. We're going to use the standard spear grid. The expert one has everyone in the middle, and it's for major customization as opposed to the standard spear grid. We're going to have the arranged soundtrack. Oh, please don't tell me we're sitting through this again. Yep. Sitting through it again. Sorry. Sorry.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Well, that's not ominous at all. So, like, is this a boat that he lives on, or...? Yep, we can walk with the circle button, but there's not much of a point in walking.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
We're going to remain with Titus, or however you want to pronounce it. I'll probably switch. I'll call him something.
Good luck tonight.
Nothing to worry about. Oh, if I score a goal, I'll, do this. That will mean it was for you, okay? What seat?
East block in the front row. Fifth from the right.
Got it.
Can you sign this?
No prob.
Please?
Alrighty.
Me too.
Take it easy. Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
2, 3. Teach us how to blitz.
Hey, I got a game to play.
Then teach us after.
Maybe
Just-
tonight, well,
You can't tonight.
I mean tomorrow.
Promise?
Promise.
That was weird. What a weird kid.
I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero, Jecht, gone, vanished into thin air. My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home. We sat up talking about Jecht all night. My dad and I never talked so much. Whoa. Didn't mean to reminisce, folks. Anyway, 10 years later, the Jecht Memorial Cup tournament is today. The two teams that have won...
Make way, make way! Coming through, sorry. Hey, I'm gonna be late.
Yeah, that's the point.
Hey, let go of me.
I'm not entirely sure knocking somebody out of the field of play when they don't have the ball is legal. Sure you would have landed back in the pod. Or sphere of water. My ears.
Orin! What are you doing here?
I was waiting for you.
What are you talking about?
Also, I can't check on these people, huh?
It begins.
What?
What?
Don't cry.
What the? Huh? Hey, wait! Hey, not this way.
Look. We called it sin.
Sin?
Take it.
Take it. Before I've even showed it to you.
A gift from Jekt.
My old man?
Oh, Jesus Christ. This was a mistake.
I hope you know how to use it.
It's like, it's heavy, and now it's not heavy.
These ones don't matter. We cut through. Don't bother going after all of them. Cut the ones that matter and run.
I think this is the only... If I'm remembering correctly, I think this is the only fight where there's one specific set of enemies you have to fight. Oh, right.
Get out of my town!
Some can't wait to die.
That's weird. Overdrives. When a character's overdrive gauge beneath the HP MP display is full, that character may use a special unique attack once. Press left on the command window to use an overdrive. Bushido. Dragon's Fang. Yes, Sinspawn Amis will always use Demi. Because Demi cannot kill you. It takes away a percentage of your remaining HP. Nice shot there, Auron. Which is weird. I found a thing on speedrunning this game. Apparently, if you hit new game, save spears.
What are you laughing at, old man? Auron, let's get out of here!
We're expected.
If you hit new game within a second of the
Give me a break, man!
of the screen loading, there are like 7,700 and some. Yeah, 7,700 some combinations of random seeds you can get.
This could be bad. That! Knock it down!
What?
Trust me, you'll see.
this is not going to be a speed run. I am no good at speed running.
Go.
Oren! Oren!
Like how he's still going to fall, but the gravity's reversed.
You are sure? This is it. This is your story. It all begins here.
Got pretty good voice direction for this game.
Hey! Hey!
My old man?
Oh, there he is.
I thought about a lot of things. Like where I was, what I got myself into. I started to feel lightheaded, and then sleepy. I think I had a dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone beside me, so I didn't have to feel alone anymore. Anybody there? Oren! Hey!
Hello. So welcome to this barren wasteland with this. This.
What do we have here? Nope, can't read it.
Ooh, a treasure chest with 200 gil. That's pretty nice. Oh hey, introduction to Al Bhed. Find Al Bhed primers to help you decipher the strange Al Bhed language. Right. That was all that language. That was that weird message we saw over there. That was Al Bhed. The only thing we could make out in that word was Macalania. You can't decipher it. It is an actual language. Yeah, we're not going to save there. Alrighty, a high potion. Restores 1000 HP to a character. We won't be needing that anytime soon, let me tell you that. Ba-da. Ba-da. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ah, that's a Hagen. That could have been worse. Oh no. Like it just murdered that thing. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's like Giosgeno. That is probably dumb. Well, that was close.
I had made it out of the frying pan and into the freezer.
Pretty sure that's not
I
how
thought
that
I was
idiot
going to die in
works.
this place.
That was a weird echo effect.
Cold.
Well, yeah, you were just in water.
Need fire.
Alrighty, we found some flint. Hooray! We're gonna save. Okay, why can we go back down here? They would have just not let us be able to go back down. Hey, a treasure chest with another high potion. Okay, why are they giving me high potions? Main character's only got, what, 500 health? I have given thou fire, Tidus. You shall now praise Raiden, God of Lightning.
I need food. What do you want?
It was a bad call. Your team lost because of you.
You came to say that?
It's been 10 years.
Somebody has to.
I thought you'd be crying.
Who, me?
You cried.
Hey, wait! Don't go out on me! Just hold on. I'll get more wood. Give me a
That's
break!
what I think of your fire.
You on my side? Cool!
Using grenades. By pressing the triangle, we can go into a defensive stance. Yeah, so how stealing works is, in this game is... First steal has a 100% chance of succeeding, and then it drops by half with each successive steal. So this one's a 50% chance. Righty, overkill. I think overkill gives double the sphere level and double the a bit. I know it gives double the orbs you get. I think it's like 2 times.
Phew. That was close. Hey, let me go!
Fredek Drak! Ifin, Irisa, Tekiaka! Wak, Edeku! Gemed?
Fed! Srivadak Risa!
Dralnia, Drakisha Dave.
Ifan Petted! Fapuneket Fedrik! Kuno.
Yeah, so if you get all the primers in another save file and then reload them, you can actually understand what they're saying there. Basically, they were arguing back and forth about who Titus was.
Kid, it's Daija.
Hey, that hurts!
Musujek, Rain?
Whoa. Okay.
Calm down.
Canis!
Right, whatever.
Tuli Hood Kabeg?
I said I don't understand.
Akumala!
Fed! He said you can stay if you make yourself useful.
You understand me?
How?
All right, I'll work.
But first... Ooh, what's this? Albed Primer Volume 1. The secrets of the Albed language are revealed. That entire book is literally just telling us the Y's and A.
Sujait! Kadufun et Setedamo!
Oh, I thank you. I wish I knew what you said.
Almost forgot.
Ah, the tutorial music. Yeah, so important to note, you don't need to be on it. You just have to be next to it. And this will go over all of the things. Power spheres activate everything involving physical. Mana is for everything magical. Speed is for things like accuracy, evasion, and agility, which determines turn orders. And abilities, well, activate abilities. Yeah, and how... Yeah, it's big. We can only move one space. If we had more stuff, so the way the sphere grid works is that if you're traveling a path you haven't used before, it's 1. If you're using it, it uses a 4th. So you can go 1 forward, or in a direction, and 4 back. And we've gained the ability Cheer, which raises physical attack and defense. Extract Speed is a special ability that must be used in battle, much like Flee and Cheer. We'll get to it when we get to it.
We found some ancient ruins right beneath us. It's not active now, but there should still be some power left. We're gonna go down there and activate it.
Okay.
And then we should be able to salvage the big prize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get to work.
Roger.
Yeah, for some reason, characters could just swim indefinitely. And we've gained a speed sphere. Like I said, those activate accuracy, evasion, and agility orbs. Agility squares. Ah, percussive maintenance. Always works. Oh, hang on, Riku. Oh. Well, I've spoiled it. Again, this game is... what, like 20 years old at this point? Oh yeah, that's right. Grenades work underwater. Because of course they do. Stole a grenade. Oh, we need to give it to Titus. Out of attack range. Trigger command. Special commands become available in certain battles. Yep. Alrighty, there we go. Oh man. No overkill that time. Oh. It's very rare when enemies don't drop. Oh, I don't have any powered node. I don't have any powered spheres. That's going to be a little annoying. wonder what they're digging up. Yeah, this game has fixed camera angles as well, which is really weird. Well, not entirely weird. It's was something 9 did too. Just feels weird to me that this game has fixed camera angles.
Verfutra Irrsche!
Dradanukt van een neker.
Hoof, roofdu, tungadib.
We! Wichita!
Hey! Hey, I helped out, didn't I?
Eh, debatable.
Hungry. Whoa! Right on.
Hey!
Hey, calm down, man.
It's 'cause you eat too fast.
Why are you laughing?
Hey!
Hello there. What is your name?
Riku?
Whoa! You really do understand. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Okay.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
We?
Oh, we means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Al Bhed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Al Bhed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an Al Bhed is.
Where are you from?
Zanarkand. I'm a blitzball player. Star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
Did you hit your head or something?
Fella.
You guys hit me?
Yes.
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
Yeah, an entire flippin' life.
So I told her everything there was to tell about Zanarkand. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Aaron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind. But then I started to wonder. Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
Well, that's rude.
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Xanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays blitzball there.
Huh?
What, you're just gonna
What do you mean?
drop that
1,000
on me?
years ago. But I saw Sin attack Xanarkand. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way.
You're just gonna drop that on me and walk away?
You said... You play blitzball?
Uh-huh.
You know, you should go to Luca. Someone might know who you are, or you might find someone you recognize.
Luca?
It's gonna be a long time, isn't it?
Okay, leave it to me. I'll get you to Luca. Promise. You'd rather stay here?
Uh-uh.
Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh, and one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Xanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset someone.
Oh, uh-huh.
Proceeds to not do that ever.
My Xanarkand? Some kind of holy place? Yeah, right, I thought. Since when? Yevon? Sin? Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place, that I could go back in a day or two. But 1,000 years into the future? No way! Whoa!
Oh, what did you do? I didn't do it. It was not me.
Etonic! Etonic!
Whoa! Ah!
No, we're not going to save the current game.
Riku! Blitzball!
Yeah!
You okay?
Hey! Yo. Hiya.
You wanna try that move one more time?
Finally. Things were starting to look up.
Alright, quit showing off.
You know amateur. Who you play for?
The Xanarkin
Oh,
apes.
shh. As I said, proceeds to never shut up about Xanarkand.
What team you say again?
I meant, forget that. I got too, close to Sin, and my head's all foggy like. So, I don't know where this place is. Or even where I came from.
Sin's toxin got to you. But you're still alive.
True.
Praise be to Yevon. All right, back to practice. I'm Waka, coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother. What, you hungry? Okay, back to the village. I'll get you something.
A little. I'm a little hungry. I don't really want to make Captain Waka proud at this year's tournament. We're not the best blitzers in Spira. Shot was spectacular, brother. I gotta stop closing my eyes when the ball comes down. Get some freaking goggles. Can have the ball pretty good. Today's just a bad day, yeah?
I felt like I could trust this Waka, so I just had to ask. It's true Xanarkand was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago? So it's just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Yes.
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came and destroyed the machina cities. And Xanarkand along with him. Yeah, that was about 1,000 years ago. Just like you said. If you ask me, Sin's our punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me, though, is we gotta suffer because of what some goofballs did way back when. Of course, we must always repent for our sins. That's important. It's just that it's hard to keep at it sometimes, you know?
It was just as Riku said. Waka and Riku couldn't both be lying. Why would they?
Why are you
Well,
laughing?
you from the Xanarkand Apes, that was a good one, huh? Hey, I'm not saying that team never existed, yeah? But you gotta figure, a team living in luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
I appreciated the fact that Waka was trying to cheer me up. But at that time, all I could think about was everything that happened to me. All this started with Sin. Maybe if I could find Sin one more time, I could go home. For now, I just live life until that time came. No more worrying about where or when I was. Sure, it was hard not to think of home, but I started to feel better already. A little better. Maybe.
Yep, you can just go from walking on the beach to swimming. Ooh, what's in here? Oh. Well, that's interesting. So that's for one of the ultimate weapons in the game. I think... Yeah, we'll meet her later. I didn't realize I could get it at this point. No need to save.
Hey, it's this way.
But it's also this way. I really hope he knows how to. I really hope he knows how to survive in the water.
What's the big idea?
Probably should have made sure he knew how to swim. Oh, manosphere. I don't need a manosphere. I need a power sphere. Alrighty, power sphere. Yeah, it wasn't a real big difference. But we got it. Alrighty, get another power sphere. Yay! And another high potion. Kind of yay. What was that? Auto life. Okay, that's not Titus's. And Waka is now being out damaged by Titus. What do we have in here? 2 antidotes. I can't go back that way. Well, I can. There's just no point. There's Waka, there's Tidus. They are a long way away from each other. On the sphere grid, at least.
Let me go!
Got a favor to ask you.
You want me on your team, right?
Ah, got it in one.
A major Blitz tournament's coming up. All the teams in Spira will be there. It's so huge, I'm sure someone there will recognize you. Then you can go back to your old team, right? It'll be fun. What do you say, huh? Come on, come on!
Sure.
Sure thing.
Dude, our team is gonna rock, eh?
I thought then that Blitzball and Sin were the only two things that Spira and Zanarkand had in common. I wasn't too far off either.
This is where I was born. I started Blitz when I was 5. I joined the Aurochs at 13, 10 years ago. 10 years, and we never won a game. Well, after last year's tournament, I quit. Time seemed right.
Then what happened?
So, after quitting, I got this new job, yeah? But every time my mind wandered, I thought about the game.
10 years without a single win will do that.
My first match last year was my big chance. But something else was on my mind. I couldn't focus.
Nice excuse.
Hey, hey!
So, you want to win the next tournament. Go out with a bang. So, what's our goal?
I don't care how we do. Long as we play our best. If we give it our all, I can walk away happy.
No. If I say, what's our goal? You say, victory!
That's the kind
When you play in a Blitzball tournament, you play to win.
Victory? You're serious?
Yeah. See, that's the kind of irresponsible spending that's caused so many promising business ventures to fail.
Ah, the one from the sea.
Be on guard. There are fiends on the road today.
After surviving your run-in with Sin, 'twould be a shame if something happened now.
Oh yeah, those guys have been
Who are they?
following you.
Luzu and Gata, Crusaders.
Huh? Crews of what?
Crusaders.
What, you forgot that too?
Yes.
Hey, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll help you out.
Cool.
You forgot that
In
too?
return, come tournament time, I'll
Yes.
make sure we take the cup.
Cool. About the Crusaders, you can ask them yourself. They got a lodge in a village.
Oh, way to shift responsibility.
Besaid village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later. Take a look around first. Let's see. The Crusaders' lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there. All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
You do remember the prayer, right?
No.
I didn't
sorry.
know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
I don't remember.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Hey, not bad. Okay, now go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the blitzball sign for victory.
Oh, a phoenix down. Maybe later. Yes, this is where you could... These terminals are where you can rewatch tutorials.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
You're kidding, right?
Sin, the toxin. Gotta tell him who we are.
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join our struggle. The hero Mihen formed the Crusaders 800 years ago as the Crimson Blades. Later, our ranks grew and we called ourselves the Crusaders. We've been fighting Sin ever since.
But why would
What?
you...
You've been fighting 800 years and you still haven't beat it?
Well, we've steered Sin away from towns many times. And that's all we can do. Nobody's ever been able to defeat it. Our mission as Crusaders is to protect the temples, towns, villages, and people of Spira.
So, then whose job is it to defeat Sin?
Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
Sometimes.
Seem rather bad. We could just tell you, but I think it better for you to try and remember. Go pray at the temple. Perhaps Yevon will help you regain your memory.
Yeah, somehow I don't think that's gonna happen. But why would they change it from the Red Blades, which is a freaking awesome name, to... I traveled Spira looking for a land where nobody had heard of Sin. I gave up looking. I think it's for the best. I don't think so. From Sir Luzu. Yeah, it's my first time in Besaid. That it doesn't play with me at all. Yeah, there's... I don't want to say there's no point, but there's not much of a point to buying weapons. Mostly because your weapons aren't giving you a lot of stats. Unless you specifically ask them to. The Besaid fabrics they make here are famous all over Spira. If I buy cheap and sell high, I'll be rolling in gil in no time. Yeah, those areas are going to be important later. Please close the door behind you, Titus. Were you raised in a barn?
It was then, standing in that place. I began to realize how different this world was from my own.
Years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
Oh, what's a High Summoner?
Well done. Oh. Come on.
I got too close to Sin's toxin.
Can you just pretend for a second that you're from here? And then
it was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over.
And
funny.
Just wait until later to ask questions.
The summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
That works for us. That works for me, at least. Even searching the scriptures of Yevon, I have found no cure for Sin's toxin. May the blessings of Yevon guide you to health, friend. That stinks. Nothing, eh? Alrighty. At the talk of the town, you know. Word travels fast in a village this size. Yeah, because it only takes you standing in the middle of town to tell everybody. Oh, hey! I didn't know this was here. 2 potions, 400 gil, and a high potion. Oh. That was a house. Whew. That's awkward.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet. Take a nap. You look bushed.
Sure thing. Thanks.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
You can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been nearly. But it's been nearly.
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so?
Well,
but if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
He doesn't care about that.
Wakka? Is something wrong?
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really.
Huh?
There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials. Beyond is where the apprentice summoner prays. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice becomes a fully fledged summoner. Remember?
So someone is in there somewhere and they haven't come back out. Right, I got it.
A day's already gone by.
Is it particularly dangerous in there?
Sometimes, yes.
Why don't you go in and help?
There's already guardians in there. Besides, it's forbidden.
Hey, but what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?
The precepts must be obeyed.
Like I care.
Well, to be fair, I'd probably do the exact same thing.
Maybe. This wasn't such a good idea after all.
Ah, the Cloister of Trials. Those who seek to learn of Yevon's secret arts are tested by the Cloister of Trials. Find the right way, and you will be taken to the Chamber of the Faith. Examine objects with X to open the way. A strange glyph glows. A glyph glows on the wall. Let's touch it. Use a sphere to go further. Glyph spheres open the way to the Chamber of the Faith. Destruction spheres open the way to hidden treasure. It seems that Besaid spheres are also necessary. You can only carry one sphere at a time. So you see a sphere-shaped recess. Move it improperly, step on the shining glyph to return the pedestal to its original position.
Hey! What's gotten into you? Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what about you?
Me? I'm a guardian.
Oh.
A guardian? Whoa! Ah!
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira. Guardians protect them. The Guardian's in there now. One of them's got a sure fuse, and who knows what the other's thinking. Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
That doesn't seem like a good or wise idea.
What are you doing here? Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
No, it's just... See, I told you she gets mad easy.
Hello?
Is the summoner all right?
Who are you?
Hi there.
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
Good job, girl.
Man, was I surprised. And here I was thinking summoners were all old geezers.
Hey, over here!
Could have given me more than a over here.
What? Ow!
Wait till you see this.
I can't see anything.
Ready?
Okay.
Oh, what a cute dragon monster bird.
I had never seen anything like it in my life. Sure, it was a little scary, but still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it.
Alright, if that's all you need, I'm gonna go back in the spirit realm. I've always been calling this thing Valfor. I don't know. I don't know why. It looks like it should be Valefor.
I remember, that night, we talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night, everything changed. For everyone. For me.
Let me introduce you to the team. This guy here wants into the tournament so bad, I let him on the team. His memory's a little fuzzy, so don't mind him if he says anything odd. Come on, say hi.
Gods, this is awkward.
Hi guys. So what's our goal?
To do our best!
Nope, we got a new goal now. Our
Got a
new
new
goal
is victory!
To win every match, defeat every opposing team, to bring the Crystal Cup back to our island. That's all we need to do to win. Easy, huh?
Victory!
Okay, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Victory! 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 Victory!
Oh, okay, calm down, guys. Man, they got a little crazy.
You sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Yeah, it was very awkward. Never put me in that situation again. Oh, well, yeah. It's going to be 6 teams from all over Spira at the tournament. Victory, huh? Everyone's acting like we've already won. Not that I can blame them, yeah? Hit the other team hard and make it easy on the goalkeeper. Yeah. Fair enough.
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner!
You're a bad man!
Okay.
Yuna, be careful.
But it was really my fault to begin with.
Not entirely.
I'm Yuna. Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to... Guess I kinda overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Yeah.
Lady Yuna, come play with me some more.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We're going
Yeah.
on the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
Huh.
You can tell me all about Xanarkand.
What?
She's cute, yeah?
She is. Yeah.
Don't get no ideas.
No promises there, big guy. Hey, but what if she, like, comes on to me?
Okay, calm down a
That's
little.
not going to happen.
Okay,
If you get
Titus.
tired, let me know. I had a bed made for you.
By the way, I still haven't eaten yet.
Ready for bed?
Yeah, there's not much point.
Good. Sleep tight.
If we go back over to, try and talk to Yuna some more. They're just gonna shout at us. Just gonna get more. Stay away from the summoner!
Where's that boat?
Everyone will find us if it doesn't come soon.
You really sure this is okay?
Would you take me to Xanarkand?
Hey! You said you'd go with me!
I am confused.
Oh, hey,
When did he
I
promise
thought Mako
that?
told you not to get any ideas.
He did?
Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming! You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball! Oh, what's the matter? Gonna cry again? Cry, cry. That's the only thing you're good for.
I hate you.
Huh? What'd you say?
You have to speak loudly.
I hate you!
Huh?
That's the spirit.
You can do it!
What the heck?
I hate you!
He's
I am-
dead, okay? Dead. He does look a lot like Chapu. I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Scary. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
Except with cool orange hair.
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight Sin, yeah?
Revenge, then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kinda looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot.
He's a stand-up
really
guy.
Help me out, you know? What I mean is... Thanks, Wakka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
Yeah, unlike in 12, I'm not going to save at every save point.
Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this to me?
Yeah, use it well.
That's the sword you gave Chappu.
Well, he never used it. Where's Yuna?
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to this village 10 years ago, when the last calm started.
The calm?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice. Now, today, she leaves as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
You really don't need all that luggage. They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
Okay, off we go.
Alrighty, we actually got a new weapon, Brotherhood. As you can see, it increases our strength by 5%.
Here comes one now. Hey, why don't you try out that sword I gave you?
Sure thing, buddy.
No problem.
Not too shabby. You kept up with him pretty well. Might make a good guardian someday.
You can make a good guardian now.
A flyer. My kind of customer.
Yeah, for some reason we're having tutorial fights now.
That looks like trouble.
Ha! Watch this! Ha!
Told ya, only magic can beat that thing. If you can't beat them down, you gotta use magic of an element they don't like.
Magic? Element?
Let's have our black mage show you what I mean. Lu, you're up.
Clueless, aren't you? Good thing I'm here.
Elements. Magic and fiends have properties called elements. There are 4 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and water. Fire and ice are opposites, and lightning and water are.
Spells of ice work well against fire fiends, and ice fiends are weak against fire magic. You follow?
I get fire and ice, but what about lightning and water?
Lightning and water are opposed, just like fire and ice. This one here is a water fiend, which means...
Zappy zap! Yeah, if a character doesn't get a turn, they don't get any sphere experience.
Take your time.
It's not like the boat's gonna leave without you.
Let's get going, man.
We're gonna wait.
Huh?
Are you ready?
What's going on?
It's an ancient custom. People leaving the island pray here for a safe trip. Chappu didn't pray that day. Said he'd miss his boat. That should do it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely... So, as you advance through the game, you'll actually unlock different overdrives, and it's different for each person. Alrighty, so that dog is not here. Oh well. I guess we just won't get that then. Until I figure out how to sphere level grind. Yeah, this area is just purely tutorial stuff. Alrighty. Should increase my physical power and defensive power. Yeah, you can get a max of 5 boosts from
That's enough.
What's with that guy?
Himari Ronso, of the Ronso tribe. He's learned the Fiend's way of fighting.
That's not what I meant.
He's another Yuna's guardians.
Huh?
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kimahri doesn't talk much anyway. But he has protected me since I was a child.
So he was just being overprotective, I guess. Ooh, a metal shield. It gives me plus 5% defense. Meaning my defense is now at 11 instead of 10, I guess. Whoa! Hello.
That's your department, right?
True, but, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
You can't beat it, can you? Nope. You can switch in for Yuna.
Your first real battle. Let's see some style.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Okay.
Use the summon command to have Yuna call an Aeon to aid her in battle. Only Yuna can summon Aeons. Use it when you need help against tough opponents. When Aeons take damage, their HP decreases. Should their HP hit reach 0, they will leave battles and become unavailable for a time. Aeons recover HP at save swaps. You have Attack, Sonic Wings, Black Magic, and that's it. That knows all 4 Black Magic spells. And here, at the subcommands, we have 3. Shield, takes less damage, but you won't charge your overdrive. Boost, you'll take more damage, but your overdrive gauge will fill faster. And Dismiss, which will send the Aeon away. But since it doesn't want us to do that, also, this Aeon by default has the ability Scan. And yes, I am just getting turn after turn after turn after turn. Good. Oh, a new weapon. A Baroque sword. Alright. Nope, we're keeping Brotherhood.
Another one of those. No problem. Leave this one to me, huh? Say goodnight, birdie.
Ah yes, Garudas are weak to dark element. They can still hit, but the chances of that happening are remote. It's a bright arm guard. There we are. Gives us the ability Dark Ward, which is literally just you can't get darkness. Now we've gained the Flee ability. Which allows us to run from battle. I know we can get that dog to show up. Sorry, I gotta check one more time. I know I'm not crazy. Pretty sure I'm not crazy. I hope I'm not crazy. That would be a major bummer to find out that I am. That must be why. Okay, so it has to be a... Alrighty. Down to the docks, then. Alrighty, let's see what you've learned. Thankfully, the plans are labeled, so you don't have to guess. Ah, the S-ball. Distill speed. I'm not 100% sure what distill speed does. Buddy, her MP is increased by 20. It should be noted that even though Lulu does have these abilities, and she started here, she has not actually moved to these spaces. Man, they really put them close to that. Well, that'll be stuff for later. See, I told you that way was the way. Antidotes. Oh wow, they gave me an ether. Ah yes, HP plus 10.
Goodbye.
Long goodbyes are hard. But we now go from Besaid to Kilika.
Who?
Why you gotta be a jerk like that, Tidus? Okay. That's enough.
Ooh, them's fascinating clothes you're wearing. Yeah! Filthy, filthy. These won't sell. Or me name's not Awaka.
Okay, that's rude.
Don't look like you got much money, either. I've no business with you. Out of me way.
Who do you think you are?
Awaka the 23rd. Merchant extraordinaire.
Awaka the who?
Don't know me? Well, not many do. Not yet. But someday, the name Awaka will be spoken all over Spira. Say, lad, you wouldn't have a bit of gill to lend?
Sure. Give me 1 second. We can give him 1,001 at the moment.
I guess it pays to ask. Fine seed money. Much obliged, lad.
Power room.
What the heck is that?
What the heck is what?
What is this place?
The power room, like it says on the door.
Yeah, but why the big birds?
What's so strange about chocobo power?
Chocobos? Those are chocobos?
What? You've never seen a chocobo?
Not that big.
What kind of backwater island did you come from, anyway?
Hmm.
No, I've never seen a chocobo this
Miracles
big.
and oddities were starting to become daily routine on this trip.
La 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 la.
Okay. Oh, remedy. Because I'm gonna get sick too if I keep watching him. Well, at least he's honest about it. Sure. Okay, that's fair.
Come to think of it, I haven't told you where we're going. First to Kilika Island.
Kinda nice.
Then we change boats and head for Luca. For that though, Yuna's gotta pray at the temple. I'll be guarding. We'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory too, so you come along, yeah?
Great plan.
Hey, it is a great plan.
Don't look at me.
Will you quit being such a Debbie Downer?
I don't know who you are or where you came from.
Well, I wasn't asking you if you know. Because you weren't gonna answer me anyway. Come on, take a nap or something. Breeze must feel wonderful. Okay, out of the way, Walker.
Word is, that summoner's got noble blood.
I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter.
You don't say.
Okay.
Lord Braska's daughter?
Well, you don't gotta be a dick about it.
I'm not at liberty to talk about our plan.
I didn't ask about your plan.
Restricted area. Our operation depends on this cargo.
I am going to save here. No, not really.
So, is Yuna's father famous or something?
She's the daughter of High Summoner Braska. You saw his statue at the temple.
I did.
Lord Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago. Yuna's the heir to a great legacy.
It's tough when your father's famous.
Huh?
Wakka's a bit lacking in the imagination department.
Huh?
Thanks, Lulu. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. He's really bad at kicking.
Lord Braska's daughter? She just might have a chance.
We'll get her to Kilika, we will.
She does have a...
Lady Yuna.
Well then, we pray for Lady Yuna's safe passage.
Huh. I don't think I've ever encountered that one before. Hi.
The wind. It's nice.
That's dumb. Why were you laughing at that?
You're a blitzball player, aren't you? From Xanarkand, right?
You hear that from Wakka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wakka. Wakka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
I've heard in Xanarkand there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jecht told me. He was my father's guardian.
Jecht. My father. His name is Jecht.
Amazing!
Not so much.
You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My old man, he died. 10 years ago, off the coast of Xanarkand.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but how would he get here?
The same way you did.
You're here? Are you not?
Through sin. Well, there's one person thrown overboard. Like a roller coaster. Everyone put your arms up. Whee! Sorry?
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in him and we'll all get dragged under.
Sin is going for Kilika. We gotta distract it. Our families are in Kilika. Forgive us, Lady Summoner.
Wait! Oh boy!
Hey, remember these things? We're gonna switch out to Wakka. No, actually, you know what? We'll keep Yuna in. This is an early grinding battle. After the 3 are taken out, Sin will summon another 3.
How many of these things are there?
The fin. That's where they're coming from.
Regular sword attacks cannot hit targets at a distance, such as Sin's fin. Attack these enemies using magic, or Wakka's Blitzball. Just like using Lancet. I'm gonna switch it to Wakka. So the basic idea is 5 cheers will put you over the top to knock them all out. No matter who's attacking. And you just repeat it ad nauseum. Alright, we got an overkill. I wonder if that's the physical Ooh, now I'm curious. I will do one more round of that. Really? Yeah, for normal monsters, it's if you do, in order to get an overkill, you have to do a portion over their total health. For bosses or large enemies like the Zoo or Sin, it's a certain portion of It's a certain portion of the remaining health. Or there's a damage point. I'm not 100% sure. No, not Wakka. The Finn. I should probably swap back to Lulu. But as you can see, we can no longer see what Sin's health is. That is because Kimahri has a weapon with the sensor ability on it. Sin has no weaknesses or resistances, so feel free to use whatever element you want. Alrighty. Did enough damage to him. They consider that fight over. You cannot swim like that. Dolphins. How cute. Ooh. This thing is ugly. Very ugly. Let's make sure we're not getting murdered. No. I'm gonna take care of one of those sin scales. Okay, forget the sin scales. I can take 2 attacks. Oh dear. That's a lot of enemies. Let's improve our defense again. Still a ton of damage though. Heck it, we're gonna use one of them. And we'll use a potion on you, Titus. See, I bounce back and forth between them. All right. Take that. Yeah, that looks like how it works. Well, that's certainly a way to show the stakes.
When Sin attacked Zanarkand that day, I woke up in Spira. I kept hoping it would work in reverse, too.
I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin.
I was just fooling myself. Maybe it was that day, on the sea, under the burning sun. I started to give up hope. I was in a foreign world. I wasn't going home. This was my new reality, and I was stuck in it for good.
Well, we finally made it to Kilika Port.
Greetings. I am the summoner Yuna. I have come from the temple in Besaid.
Oh, Milady Summoner!
If there is no other summoner here, please allow me to perform the sending.
Thanks, BT.
Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
Please, take me to them.
We'll go see what we can do to help in town.
Huh?
Oh, that was certainly a way to raise the stakes. Alright, everyone's healed up. One of our speed spheres, one of our mana spheres. Two speed spheres. Looks like I'm not going to have to worry about grinding speed spheres. Just, mana and ability. I don't know why I'm getting these abilities. I don't use these. Alrighty, so Kimahri is something weird. As you can see, it starts here on the board with Ultima. But in order to get to Ultima, we need to get past 3 level 4 locks. That's not going to happen. Basically, Kimahri is in striking range of everyone else's sphere grid. You just can't get to him because of all of these level spheres. We're gonna go this way. Extract mana. Alrighty, so we're gonna go for that. We're gonna go for extract mana and then scan. He's got extract speed. Silence. Extractability, okay. So I think I got 2 ability spheres left. Alrighty, so we're gonna go for extractability first. Because I kinda need Titus, watch your step. It's not safe this way. Okay.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance.
Then craft a paper.
Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living.
Well, that's not great.
Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane, where they may rest in peace.
Summoners do this?
Hey, it's those things Auron exploded into at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2.
It must be tough, being a summoner.
Yuna chose her own path. She knew from the beginning what it meant. All we can do is protect her along the way, until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Just Could you just stop asking
until
questions?
she defeats Sin.
Oh.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time. Hmm?
I wished there would never be a next time. No more people being killed by Sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
Well... I'm gonna be a blitzball when I grow up. That was one of the infamous translation errors. Yeah, there's no reason to stay at inns.
Hey, you awake? Captain Walker's waiting for you.
Well, why didn't he wake me up himself? I opened the store, but we can't serve anything because we don't have anything. Oh hey, we got another Al Bhed primer. Number 4. T is D. I don't care if there isn't any food. I just want to stay here. I'm scared to even look out at the sea. I can feel it out there. Can't you? Well, no, I can't. But that's also because I'm kind of weird.
Ah, there you are. Be Saint Aurochs, huddle. On to the temple, where we pray for victory.
Go!
High Summoner O'Holland used to live in the Kilika Temple here. Yup, Lord O'Holland was once a great blitzer, you know.
Waka. Praying for victory's all good. But is this right?
Something wrong with enjoying blitzball?
Is this really the time?
This is the only time. The players fight with all their strength. The fans cheer for their favorite team. They forget pain, suffering. Only the game matters. That's why Blitz has been around for so long. At least that's what I think.
Whatever you say.
Let's play and win, right?
Right.
Temple's beyond the jungle there. Let's go.
I wanted to believe it was just a bad dream. That this was all a dream, and when I opened my eyes, everything would be back to normal. But when morning came, nothing had changed.
Huh? Whoa!
Yeah, I'm repairing this now, but it'll be destroyed when Sin comes again. He destroys it, I fix it, I fix it, he destroys it. It's a never-ending cycle, I tell you. One might say it's a spiral. What are you looking at? I ain't on display here. Go away, man.
What's up?
Yuna's saying she wants you with us.
Huh?
I want to ask you to be my guardian.
You know what? There's no time for jokes, yeah? He may be a blitzball whiz kid, but up against fiends, he's a newbie.
Not a guardian, then. I just want him nearby.
What?
What? What do you mean?
It's just that... Well...
We're all going to the temple anyway. Can't this wait till later?
That's
I'm
true.
sorry. I shouldn't have...
There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just not really sure what's going on.
My apologies.
Okay, you don't need to apologize for everything. Alrighty, so we're not going up north first. Something's written here. Okay, we don't have any of those letters. Ooh, 2 mana spheres. Nice.
Kimaru, why don't you use Lancet on it?
What's a Lancet?
Normally, it's a skill that weakens enemies and heals the user. But when a Ronso uses it, that Ronso can sometimes learn Fiend's abilities.
Hey, sounds cool.
Indeed. Cool. Not only that, but when you learn an ability, it gives you full overdrive. As of right now, he knows 2. Jump and Seed Cannon. Alrighty, another Mana Sphere. Oh, that's Jinx. Oh yeah, luck is a stat. You can improve it, actually. You know what? Now that I'm listening to this, this reminds me of the Mist Cave. Ah, Scout. It has Ice Strike and Censor. But I think I'm going to keep the S-Ball.
Yuna! Aeon!
Just who do you think you are?
I can take care of those alone, huh? Booyah!
Yep, those dots on it over his head are an indication of poison. Power, 17 speed, 9 mana, and 2 ability, which is not great. We got a Withered Bouquet, Flint, and the Moon Crest, a celestial token fashioned in the shape of the moon, along with 2 Albed primers, A and D.
Easy, huh?
I'm fine.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Let's give them all we got.
Yeah, if you notice, there are voice clips that play. At least the first time you use an ability outside of a tutorial. Already got another mana sphere. It's great, because Tyrus now needs it. Defense by 2. I can improve his magic and agility a lot. Yeah, I think we're gonna... Yeah, these... You can... later on in the game, we'll gain the ability to use empty nodes for something. We just can't do it right now. Training for the upcoming operation. Call on us if you see any Sims found. Well,
hope I make it to the tournament.
Yes, so that's the element chart. It takes 1.5 times damage from fire. It nullifies any water attacks on it. So we're gonna bring Lulu back in.
Now what?
Burn. Burn, baby, burn. Got a mana sphere. Yep, and we can go around the weird creature.
Yeah.
For goodness sake. Oh dear. We need to skedaddle.
Live.
Nope. Oh hey, it's an element. That plus sign means that it heals from that. The half is, of course, half damage.
Anyone thirsty?
Alright. 2 overkills is fantastic. I just wish that they'd give me more ability spheres. Now a little stronger. And he now knows silence attack. Yep, you can't go this way. It's a trick. But it gets us a luck sphere, which changes an empty node to a luck node. Well, we're gonna hold on to that. Yeah, you can actually look up and see what enemies drop what. If you're really curious.
See ya!
You're not too bad.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
That was weird. I could go for extract speed. I think we're gonna hold off until Wakka gets extract ability, though. Mostly because it's the only way I'm gonna be constantly getting ability spheres. Because extract will add. I think distill is switches. I don't know what activates the after battle conversations. Alrighty, more mana. That is focus, okay. Again, not gonna get any abilities until afterwards. I suppose it's just designed to be able to be farmed.
It's over.
Wish I had an Ice Strike sword. I wonder if I can buy one in town. I highly doubt it. Yes, I'm a... Ooh, an ether. Oh, I'm glad our sister's alright. Two more sphere levels. Oh, there's no point in swapping up Wakka for a worse weapon. For a worse scout. There's no point in giving Lulu. Yeah, this would be the only time I'd use a null ability. Oh, come on.
Oh yeah!
Leave that one, Lulu.
Yeah, I know that Wakka.
Be quiet! Man, blows can't hurt it, huh?
No, if you silence it, it can't do anything, so... That's why you train near one of the save spheres. You can just go to it and heal up. Alrighty, I can get constant overkills on those things now. You might be wondering why I'm grinding. Well, other than the fact that I want to take out the Ocho that's sitting there. I will be buying weapons from Wakka later. And, depending on how much money you give him, he has different prices. If you give him 10,000 gil, he gives you a 30% discount, I think. Yeah, 30% discount. Anything lower than that is a markup.
Take that! Woohoo!
At least I can... How much? Needs 75 AP. Okay. Looks like I should be able to do something on those edges.
Focus on the fight.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
Nope. We're not strong enough to take on two of them. No matter how nice that little pocket of Gil would be.
Out of my way!
Ha! Oh yeah!
Take that!
Really wish that I could... Think about it. Yeah, we can take two of them. Hopefully that's a nice little pocket of Gil.
The fiend before us is Ochu, Lord of the Wood. We've had trouble with this one before. Remember, discretion is the better part of valor.
We can go and fight it if we want. Right. All right. Thank you for letting me go first. Oh, okay. So every enemy has a different quote-unquote overkill stat, according to the wiki. They award twice the AP in items. Need a few ability spears. Please,
let's do it!
Enemy. because I overkilled it, I got 2 ability spheres. I don't know why I keep doing that. Haste ability allows us to perform haste. Haste increases a character's agility, meaning they get the ability to have more turns.
I'm ready.
Cure and Asuna, huh? Oh, Ludo's got a lot of health.
Aid us.
And yes, I am just essentially grinding at the moment for, now we have all the null abilities. Okay. So basically, if you do 1.5 times their health in damage, you'll get an overkill.
Newbie here.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
You better be sorry. Raises HP by 200. That's why it's so high. Like, why is it so high? I didn't get through so many. Alright, Focus is basically the magic version of Cheer. Not really useful, though. That? Oh, Provoke. That's like Lure. I've never really used Focus before, so that's a new one for me. But there we go again. Another enemy defeated. Another group of enemies defeated. And we have... Had exactly 1 KO so far. Which is quite nice. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with grinding if I do deal with grinding.
Too easy.
Okay, so Excellent. You do take poison damage, even if you leave the fight. That's good to know. Or at least good to remember. Like in 12 I could just futz about in an area that we've been to before and grind up. I mean, that's pretty much what I did with, about 100. Those two give me about 100 gil per fight. Actually, I've got an idea. Okay, would it hurt you? Don't answer that question. Yes, it would. Mostly because I do not have the ability to switch up how they gain overdrive. Let's save here. We're at 32 gil exactly. 3,200 gil exactly. Alrighty, it's got 4,000 HP. Slots. Element reel. Ah, dang it. Switch out to Kimahri now. See if it's got anything to teach. Nope. You just defend, Yuna. Whoa! Hit goes water. That's interesting. I'm replaying it, actually. I've beaten it on the PS2, but, I haven't really messed with it on the... I haven't really messed with the HD remake. Louise. Let's keep Lulu alive. Alrighty. Time for Fire Fury. We're swapping you out for Titus. Let's give her... Oh, you need an antidote, Lulu. That should be fine. Actually, let's summon Valcor. I just realized we had this thing. That's how little I actually use them in this game. Completely forgot about you. Ooh, it's time for his overdrive. Energy Ray. Alrighty, got an overkill. Ooh, 2 HP spheres and a lucid armlet.
Whoa. A summoner and her guardians. Very impressive.
Sir, we should fight too.
We'll get our chance soon enough.
Young Crusaders, gather around. We'll beat sin into the ground.
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna go this way. Oh, did Waka really not gain any levels?
Do your best, kid.
Hey! After the tournament, you should join the Crusaders.
Newbie here. Alrighty. I think we are prepared to move on to the next area.
Back on the field. It's over.
Already. It's 48. Ambushed.
Take that. I'm good, yeah?
I really wish it didn't override the sphere I got, that extract ability.
Let's do it!
Oh boy, they just really do not like Wakka, do they?
It's over. Ow! I'm on a roll. Oh. These stone steps have a history, you know.
I can imagine.
Yep.
Their
Lord
steps.
O'Holland trained here at his peak.
A race, huh? Think you can beat me?
Yuna, if you would.
Ready?
Hey!
That's cheating.
Huh? Hey!
Alrighty. Of course, big.
Everyone, quick! Sin spawn!
Okay, so absorbs magical attacks. Takes half damage from ice. Okay, so fire. Let's switch to Kumari. Vulnerable to magic, huh? then. Let's get some magic. Akmari, Lulu. Ooh. They got off on the wrong side of the bed. Let's make sure Yuna gets some AP.
Yeesh.
Sorry about that. Hope to break you in a little slower.
Being a guardian's tiring.
You
He
handle
does
yourself
both
pretty well.
and
You got talent.
Blitzball.
Hey. So, what are these sin spawn anyway?
Fiends. They fall from Sin's body and are left behind in its wake.
Leave him alone and Sin comes back for him. You gotta be quick.
That moment when Wakka told me I had talent in battle, I think that was when I started seriously considering becoming a guardian.
Good for you, Titus. Ooh, a bright bangle. That gives me fire ward ability. Dark. Confuse ward. That actually is pretty nice. More mana, more magic, meaning more, I don't know where I was going with that sentence. More healing from cure, meaning I don't have to actually unlock. Nope, speed sphere. Jeez.
Huh.
So, they got fiends in Zanarkand too?
Just a few. It's a big deal when one shows up, though.
Hang on.
Since when have you believed me about Zanarkand anyway?
I've been thinking. Maybe people Sin gets to don't die. Maybe Sin carries them through time. Like 1,000 years through time. And then one day, maybe they just pop back, see?
Amazing. Simply amazing. You make up one theory after another, refusing to face the simple truth. Sin didn't take Chappu anywhere. Sin crushed him and left him on the Jose shore. Your brother won't just pop back. Oh, and one more thing. No matter how much you want it, no one can take Chappu's place. No one can replace Sir Jecht, for that matter. And there's no replacement for Lord Braska, either. It's pointless to think about it. And sad.
Yeah, don't gotta be,
I could
be
never
worried
be what
about
Chappu was. Well, stuff happens. Best not to worry.
Wakka, Lulu, and Wakka's brother, Chappu. Something had happened between them a long time ago. I was sure of it. Well, whatever it was none of my business, that's for sure. Best not to go there.
Only to immediately go there. Playing blitzball and fighting like that. So this is the place honored in remembrance of High Summoner Holland. Makes you kind of nervous, yeah? Not really. It's kept me in shape. Haven't caught a cold in years. I've had enough of Kilika. Too many tearful memories here. Came to visit the temple one last time. I heard famous people come here. Where could they be?
You here to pray for victory too?
Us? Pray? Who needs to pray? The Luca goers always win.
Oh yeah? Then why you here?
We've been praying for some competition this year.
So what's your goal this time? You gonna do your best again? Ha! It's too bad your best isn't good enough. Why even bother showing up?
This time, we play to win.
Ooh, play away. Just remember, even kids can play, boys.
See you in the finals!
We'll beat them. We have to.
What a couple of grade A...
Putting people down. They're as bad as my old man.
But Sir Jecht was a kind and gentle man.
Well, not my Jecht. Even 10 years after he left. Just thinking about my old man got me angry. But maybe that was just my way of keeping him... Nah.
Keeping him alive, maybe? Could they have been the celebrities? I used to be a blitzer back in my day, always vying with the other teams. The Beasts are going to take the cup this year. How is Bixen? He's a jerk, but a first-rate blitzer. My poor knees were shaken when the goers confronted me. Or are you? Temple is the Temple of Fire. Even the Cloister of Trials is engulfed in flames. Those who disobey the precepts and enter unsanctioned may forfeit their lives. Riveting. Absolutely riveting. Guess what? I really like studying the scriptures. The monks give us lots of sweets if we study hard. I'm supposed to study real hard and become a nun, but I just want to run around and play at the beach. Poor kid. I envy your happy-go-lucky attitude.
Lord O'Holland, guide our feet.
Well, there's no point not praying. It's...
A summoner, are you?
What's his name? Adana.
My name is Yuna, from the Isle of Besaid.
Donna? So, you're High Summoner Braska's daughter. That's quite a name to live up to. My.
Yeah?
And all these people are your guardians? My, what a rabble. As I recall, Lord Braska had only 2 guardians.
Yes.
Quality over quantity, my dear. Whatever were you thinking?
And Orin was...
I have need of only 1 guardian. Right, Bartello?
I only have as many guardians as there are people I can trust.
So
I
technically...
trust them all with my life.
So technically, I have...
To have so many guardians is
like
a joy
20
and
guardians.
an honor.
But the rest weren't
Even
really
more
fighters.
so than being my father's daughter. Of course, I would never think of questioning your ways either. So, Lady Donna, I ask of you, please leave us in peace.
You do what you want, Bartello, we're leaving.
What a jerk.
A guardian is someone a summoner can rely on. Someone she can trust with her life. I wondered, did Yuna feel that way about me? What's she smiling about?
Lord O'Holland.
Yep, unfortunately, we gotta break the rules again.
The faith is below.
The faith?
But first, the Cloister of Trials. Kamari, Waka, ready?
Yes. Let's go.
Strength, everyone.
We'll overcome this dumb trial.
No! Nah! Hey, what gives?
You're not a guardian yet.
We'll be back as soon as we can, okay?
Oh, sure. Soon. Like tomorrow soon, I bet.
Shouldn't. That's a very deep elevator.
Where's Yuna? Then
Sure
why
to look
are
down.
you here?
Hey, I'm not a guardian, so I'm not supposed to go in, right?
Not a guardian, you say?
Hey, wait! Ah! Let me go! Go! Hey! What's the big idea?
Just a little game.
Huh? This is bad. Really bad.
I mean, you can just leave.
Come on, go up! Go up!
Oh, I guess you can't. They are not going to be happy.
Only guardians allowed. And I'm sure no guardian.
Well, I guess it's too late now.
All right. This one's kind of weird. Take the Kilika sphere. Place it into the door. Burn the door to crisp and take the sphere out. So nothing in there. Nothing in there. Okay. Let's take the lift sphere. Oh. Try using the glyph sphere. Aha. And the destruction sphere. I remembered where all the treasures were. Two places I haven't used the instruction sphere at yet. Quit pushing it over to the right. Just push it this way. Okay. So the destruction sphere does nothing there. Hello. What am I doing? Put it on the door. Sphere. So now I removed it. What an explosion. Red Arblet, huh? I'm gonna just keep this with me. They're not gonna be very happy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
It was Donna and that big musclehead man.
Yuna will be the one to suffer the consequences.
What consequences?
She could be excommunicated.
The chamber beyond is a sacred place. Only summoners may enter.
What? Even Guardians can't go?
It's taboo.
Oh.
Like how that's just the answer he accepts.
Just wait.
So what's in...
The faith, remember?
Oh,
yeah. But what is
that thing,
the
right.
faith?
The Faith are people who gave their lives to battle sin. Yevon took their souls, willingly given from their still living bodies.
Huh?
Now they live forever, trapped in statues. But when a summoner beckons, the souls of the Faith emerge once again. That's what we call an Aeon.
All that in this room? So what's Yuna doing in there?
She prays with all her heart for a way to defeat sin.
I wasn't gonna go out. Okay, so he's just gonna keep smacking me about.
There was something I didn't tell anyone else that day. That song we heard there, in the temple, I knew it from my childhood. It was proof that Spira and Zanarkand were connected. Somehow. At least to me it was. Maybe that's why suddenly, I felt like I just wanted to go home. I tried to say something to tell them, but the words wouldn't come.
Also, quit talking about Zanarkand. We've been over this. Everyone's been telling you, don't say that stuff. And we have a freak. Hello, everyone. Yes, it is a summoner. Act like you haven't seen one before.
I thought I had put my feelings for Zanarkand behind me. But they were there, and they grew inside me bigger and bigger, till I was just about ready to burst.
Uh-oh. Looks like, he just had a bit of a drug problem at one time with all those jitters.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
What do you want to do?
To scream real loud.
Please don't do that again. That's very awkward. Preemptive strike.
Yeah.
Make way! See ya! You like that?
Not really. Oh, now I get one of those. Now I get a. Oh. Jeez Louise. Alrighty, 481 damage now. There's not a smile in all of Kilika thanks to Sin. If we win the next tournament, that should cheer everyone up. Sin is a divine punishment upon the people. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only rely upon Yevon's teachings and the summoners to help us through this. Longsword and the buckler, since they don't have any abilities. The ring can get an ability, but nothing great. Oh, I got two of them. We're gonna keep the S-ball and the red arm guard. Ooh, a halberd. Cool. Oh, there's a lot on that red armlet. Fire, ice, and lightning ward. Actually gonna... These the current characters. Yes, I know. That renders him immune to three of the 4 elements in this game. Alright.
Off to Luca at last. The matches start soon as we get there, so rest up on the way, yeah?
Bye-bye, kid. Don't you have some, helping to do? I think both sails and paddles are overdoing it. Hey, that boy in the Oryx is a cutie. Oh dear. Serbs are about to kill like a seasickness working great, yeah? How many ships are there? There's like 2.
La la la.
Yeah, she just keeps singing the Chocobo song.
They ask a fortune for rags in Besaid and Kilika. Well, me business is in shambles. What's an Oaka to do, I ask ye?
It might not mean much, but good luck in the tournament. Best to let him sleep.
Yeah.
Am mind spotting me some gill again, lad?
Sure. Let's give him... Oh, that's 30,000. Let's give him 3,000.
I'll make it up to ye, that I will.
Some people can be so rude.
Yeah.
Some people...
I wonder what those people could look like. Doing double duty on the watch to avoid ending up like the SS Leaky. Report to us immediately if you see any sign of Sin. No offense, but I'm a die-hard Luca Goers fan. Good luck, pal. They're gonna need it. I won't need luck. Okay, quit running.
What y'all talking about?
Who are you supposed to be?
Ah, I remember him. Guy from Kilika.
Huh?
Yeah.
You know, one of the Besaid Aurochs. Said something about winning the cup.
Oh, right. You're that idiot.
Don't call him that.
But he is an idiot. They don't got what it takes to win the cup.
Oh,
Well, they do now that I'm here.
Yes, they will win. He used to be the star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
Yuna, we just got Titus to stop yelling
as
at
if
that.
anyone lived in those ruins.
It's not ruins. There's a big city there. There is.
Yuna.
I got too close to Sin and...
There is a city, really.
Right. Whatever your ladyship says.
Look, you don't have to defend him.
What's wrong? You seemed kind of mad back there.
They were being rude, and... I do believe your Zanarkand exists. I really do, you know?
How come?
Sir Jecht used to always tell me stories. It'd be great to see your home someday. I'd love to go there.
Yeah. So, Yuna, want to come over to my place? Right. Sure. As if I had a place to show her.
The Aurochs are the team to watch this year. They say they got a blitzer from Zanarkand on their team. Looks like the toxin's still getting to you. Take it easy and go to bed early, yeah? But he didn't say anything.
Well, say something. You'll take responsibility.
Relax, he's bound to know someone in Luca.
And if not?
He could always join a blitz team. Anyhow, it's better than just leaving him in Besaid.
What? Just leaving him in Luca?
What do you want me to do?
Yuna wants to make him a guardian.
Oh, yeah, jeez. There's that too, eh?
And whose fault is that?
Not mine. It is mine, huh?
No, it's not. All right, this thing.
Well, well. Trying to follow in my footsteps, are you? I usually charge for lessons, you know. That shot is done like this. You can't do it, kid. But don't worry, my boy. You're not the only one. No one else can do it. I'm the best.
Well, you're dead now, so... The Eject Shot Challenge. Memories of that day still haunt Tidus and interfere with his concentration. Try to shake off the memories and successfully perform the Eject Shot. Get the hang of it? Now for the real thing. Show Jecht what you can do.
You can't, no one can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it, kid. You're out of your league. You're out of your league. I'm the best. No one else. You're out of your league.
Yes.
Huh.
The best shot in the game.
The best? Yeah, right.
Well, sorry, second best shot in the game.
Whoa! What's that called?
Doesn't have a name. Anyone can do it if they try.
Show us one more time, yeah?
Yeah, when I first played this, I messed that up. Gotta tell Bada and Keep all about that shot you just did. They'll be so mad when they find out what they missed.
I knew it! I knew you were something special!
That was the Jecht shot, wasn't it?
So you know that shot.
How do you know that?
Sir Jecht showed it to me when I was a child. He called it the Sublimely Magnificent Jecht Shot Mark III.
Huh. Stupid name, huh? You know what? There is no Mark I or Mark II, you know? My old man said the name Mark III was just something to hook the crowd. He said they'd come back every night expecting to see Mark I and Mark II. And they really did come back. I used to get so mad. Is he alive, you think?
I don't know. But Sir Jecht was my father's guardian.
So he's famous here, too?
Yes. So, if anything happened to him, I should think word would get around fast.
Uh-huh.
What would you do if you found him?
Who knows? I thought he died 10 years ago. Well... I'd probably just smack him one. After everything he put Mom and me through. And because he was famous, I was always... Well, you should know, Yuna.
Hmm?
Your father's famous too. Everyone in Spira knows him, right?
Hmm.
Ain't it tough?
It is hard to follow in his footsteps as a summoner.
Sure.
But the honor of having a father like him surpasses all that, I think.
Well, there wasn't much to honor about my old man, that's for sure.
You shouldn't say that about your father.
I got the right.
I guess you do.
Ow!
Show me that move again.
Yo!
Having a conversation here.
I didn't think my old man would come to Luca. He never did like watching other people play. But I couldn't help feeling something bad was gonna happen. And these feelings of mine are usually right. Sure, I had told Waka I'd help him win the tournament, but I wasn't sure I had it in me to play at all anymore.
Sure, we'll save. Wait a second. It's halftime, and now this... I never realized. They say it's halftime, and now they're starting the tournament.
Ah, over there! The ships carrying the players are arriving now. This would be dock number 2. All the way from Kilika, it's the Kilika Beasts! High Summoner O'Holland used to play for them, a big name to live up to. Their hometown was recently attacked by Sin, isn't that right, Jimmy?
Yes, Baba, they're gonna be pulling out all the stops to try and bring back the cup this year.
Exciting, isn't it, folks? Our next team off the ramp is... Well, well, well. If it isn't the Besaid Aurochs. They're a living, breathing, statistical impossibility. I've never seen a team this bad.
Wow.
That's right. In 23 years, they've never made it past the first round. Only a few die-hard fans are in the audience today.
Best of luck to them and a safe journey back to Besaid.
Right, Jimmy. Moving right along, our next team is...
That was incredibly rude.
Our very own Luca Goers. They've got power, they've got speed, they've got teamwork. They're an all-round first-class team, and they're back home in Luca.
Without a doubt, they are the favorite this year, Baba. And after the way they dominated last year, it'd take a miracle for them to lose today.
You can say that again, Jimmy. Look at the crowd, folks. Look at the crowd. Looks like all of Luca has turned out to cheer the Goers on. They know, I know,
Please,
and you
please,
know,
Titus,
folks.
don't do anything stupid.
Luca Goers are number 1.
Yeah, it's like this every year, yeah? Don't let it bother you.
Please don't. No, what are you doing?
Stop right there, goers.
Tidus, please stop.
You guys are smiling now, but not for long. Cause this year, us Aurochs are taking the cup.
What in Yevon's name were you doing up there?
We sure stood out, though. We were on the sphere. We were. Maester Micah is here.
Already?
The number 3 Don.
What's up now?
Maester Micah has arrived, that's what.
Micah? Maester?
Maester Micah is the leader of all the peoples of Spira. He's come all the way from Bavel. The tournament is being held to honor his 50 years as Maester.
50 years? Shouldn't he be, retired by now?
Hey, mind your mouth now.
Let's all go see him.
Alrighty then. Let's go see this Maester Micah.
Can't see a thing. Shh.
That's a Guado, right?
Who could it be?
Isn't that Maester Seymour?
How did they not know? Just pretend like you did the hand motions, quickly.
People of Spira, I thank you for your generous welcome. Rise, Maester Seymour, and all of you as well. I present to you the son of Maester Jyscal Guado, who departed for the far plain a fortnight past. As some of you already know, he has been officially ordained a Maester of Yevon.
I am Seymour Guado. I am honored to receive the title of Maester. In life, my father Jyscal worked to foster friendship between man and Guado. I vow to carry on his legacy and to fulfill my duties as Maester to the best of my abilities.
You too, bow your head.
Something about this guy rubs me the wrong way.
Really psychs you up, yeah? All right, last meeting before the match. How so?
No, we won't save our game this time.
Where's Wakka?
What a lively bunch this is.
The matchup draws.
We had to play the Goers in the first match last year.
The year before that, and the one before that, too.
I think they were rigging it.
Well, we would have lost to anyone anyway.
Captain Wakka.
We're playing the Al Bhed Sykes first. If we win, we're in the finals. That's right, we got seeded. 2 wins, and we're the champions.
I don't get how that works.
First things first. Let's go over the basics again, boys.
Alright, another tutorial. remember how to do breakthroughs and encounters, action commands. Square. You have ample time to think about your next move. Tech copy. Ready? Oh. Yeah, I know about the, They're moving it set to auto, so everyone moves around the pool automatically. Goes on the left-hand side. The ball carrier can be moved manually, all the other players are set to auto. She moves while manually controlling the carrier. Alrighty, I think that's all I need reminded of. Well, don't fall asleep, man.
There you are. Someone said they saw Sir Orin in a cafe.
Orin?
Yes, Sir Orin. Let's go find him.
I've got a match.
Hey! The game starts like real soon. You come back quick, yeah?
Hey, I'll be back.
Yeah, okay.
No, he won't.
Hey, Waka. You're stiff, man. No, not your face.
Yeah.
Just breathe out. Relax.
Okay.
Like this. Just breathe. Yeah.
Maybe now we can find Sir Jecht.
Huh? How?
Sir Orin was also my father's guardian. So, he might know where Sir Jecht is. Let's go now.
That doesn't mean...
It didn't even occur to me to think that the Orin Yuna was talking about, and the one that I knew from Zanarkand could be two different people. I don't know why, but I knew it was the same guy. I knew it was the same Orin.
Imito Sumana.
Vasikna Bund.
Hey! Albed Sykes, right? Some Albed saved me This girl Riku gave me food and...
Alright, knock it off. They can't understand you.
You don't understand me, do you? Anyway. If you meet Riku, tell her thanks for me. Oh, and as for the first game, may the best team win.
Ready. Now it's time to find this Orin. Going on for 5 hours.
I'm sorry. Please let me through. Hey, let's go.
Right. Okay.
You're really famous.
Yeah, all summoners are.
I hope we don't get separated.
Yuna!
Huh? What was that?
In Zanarkand, we do this to cheer on Blitz players.
Tidus, for the love of all that is holy in this land, please stop
You
talking
try it
about
too.
Zanarkand.
Put your fingers in your mouth like this.
Like this?
Not like that. This. Then you just blow.
It's not working.
Practice.
Okay.
Hey, use that if we get separated. Then I'll come running, okay? Well, guess we should just stick together then. Till you can do it.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, away we go.
Whoa! This is a pretty big town.
Luca is the second largest city in Spira.
I thought every town was little. You know, like Besaid and Kilika.
Towns don't usually get bigger than that.
Okay.
Because when a lot of people start to gather...
Sin? What about Luca? It's safe here?
Well,
It's not any different, but
it's
the stadium is here.
safer.
The Crusaders fight to protect it with all their strength.
They protect the stadium?
Blitzball is really the only entertainment that we have. Spira's a little short on fun these days.
Whoa. Talk about pressure.
That's right. Is Zanarkand like this too?
Well, there are more buildings, all tall ones, and cramped together.
Oh. They must be so tall. Don't you ever get dizzy? Let's go find Sir Orin.
Okay. Fine, calm down. Got a red balloon. Bet you want one too. Actually, I would. I would like a red balloon. Official Blitzball merchandise as well as other hair weapons. Yeah, let's put the metal arm guard on. Items. Five should be fine. I hate it when this cafe is so packed.
Orin's not here.
Perhaps he's gone someplace else. We don't have a lot of time, Yuna. We got a game.
Why not talk, Kimari? Not see Yenke for 10 years. Say something. Kimari forget Yenke? Forget Biran?
Leave Kimari, Yenke. Kimari is small, Ranzo. Kimari's so small, can't see Yenke and Biran's faces.
Kimari forget Ranzo friends? We taught you much at time of Hornmund. Biran taught Kimari to be strong, Ranzo.
Maybe taught too much.
Take him on.
Oh!
Ooh.
Take it outside. The tournament's starting, you hear?
The game!
Today, on this glorious day, players from all over Spira have assembled here to participate in this great contest of bravery, skill, and strength.
Well,
all of these fine teams, equally renowned, deserve to win the cup today. Such is the nature of this contest. Let us, the spectators, play our role accordingly. Let us sing to the glory of the winners and applaud equally the valor of the defeated. Contestants, may heaven be with you.
I'd be kind of freaked out if Blitz was a real game. Maybe we have a type of Blitz called water polo. But they don't spend like 10 minutes underwater.
Kimari! Yuna's gone!
Where in Spira have you been?
Huh?
Yuna's been kidnapped by the Al Bhed Sykes. In exchange for her safe return, they want the Aurochs to lose.
What?
If they're only blitzball players, I doubt they'd do anything drastic. But we shouldn't take chances. Let's go get her.
I'm going too. This'll be no problem. They're telling the Aurochs to throw the game, as if they needed to. I mean, how good a team can they be?
Wakka said the same thing. He'll take care of the game. We should go get Yuna. The Al Bhed boat is in Dock 4.
Alrighty,
Let's
then.
go.
To Dock 4. Oh, hello. What makes you think I'm a blitzer? I'm not wearing a uniform. Bollocks.
Whoa, what are they? Ancient machina salvaged by the Al Bhed. They are mostly vulnerable to lightning.
Shocking. Bye-bye. Phoenix Downs. Or robots. Man, they just do not like Kimahri. Why do these things not like Kimahri?
What's up with these guys?
Must be getting close to the boat. Oops.
The Al Bhed were expecting us.
quickly. And they set up a lot of Machina. Alrighty, finally. No more after this.
The Aurochs are keeping the score tied with some excellent defense, folks. Oh, he'll feel that one in the morning.
Ah, but the referee doesn't call the foul. Waka's taking a real beating out there.
Huh! Still in there!
He won't last. Waka's always like that.
Ouch!
Let's go.
Let's go and sell some of our stuff. I'll try and get... Jeez Louise. Ow. Up. I actually think that I'm going to get rid of all of my antidotes because we're not going to need them for a little while. Now that I'm actually thinking. Oh. Son of a gun.
The stores in the stadium are closed, but
got any items? Should be fine with 6. Can get rid of a grenade. Kingstones. Yeah, it is not worth it.
the people here so into the game they gotta love.
I got any weapons? Poison touch. Piercing lightning. Ah! That could be useful. That could also be useful. But for right now, let's go to Hunter's Spear. Oh, hello, treasure chest I didn't find before. With 600 gil inside. And a tidal spear. Alrighty. Get monospheres now. It's perfect. More level brandy goodness. Oh yeah, that was a good idea. The only downside is now I don't have a sensor. At least not yet. Total. All right, Kimahri. Tidal spheres. One of those can go to O'aka. Not for a lot of money, of course. Ready? There goes one. Really should have switched those two commands around. Wonder how many people accidentally fled from battle they didn't want to flee. one's done. Yes.
Welcome.
Got any weapons? Let's get rid of the tidal spear. $47. More, 4,000 more gil. Oh, an X potion. I didn't know they dropped X potions. Well, now... Great. There goes one. Goes the other. And another X potion. It's two. I am not going to need them. Not at the moment. Those.
Welcome.
Still need a bit more gil. If there's a remembrance, a way to make it remember the cursor position, so I don't have to keep doing that. Config range on default memory. Okay. Aeon's default on, vibrations, those from turn on. I wonder if you hacked in... Huh. I'm now curious. And another X potion. I didn't know these guys dropped X potions. I'll be keeping those X potions.
Have you got some? I guess
Sure.
it pays to up. Fine seed money. Well,
Got any weapons? Alrighty. I think that should be it. I shouldn't need to lend any more to a lot.
I guess it pays to. Fine seed.
Alrighty. I don't need to give out any more gil. Ooh, a null frost armlet. Wow, so many things I didn't know they gave out. You learn something new every day. And I only learned that because I decided that I wanted to get weapons cheap from Owaka.
Let's go.
Hey, we can use this crane!
probably out of power.
Let's swap from the current one we have, which is the red armlet, to the metal armlet. Alrighty. Let's up our defense. Really should be using haste. I realized its name was the Obliterator. What a dumb name. Alrighty, we can use the crane. Let's throw back on the Hunter Spear so we can actually see what's... Oh man! Couple more lancets. Where'd that guy come from?
I hope you hurt them.
A little. What is it?
There were these Al Bhed that saved my life when I first came to Spira. They took me on their ship. They even gave me food. I was kind of hoping that this was the same ship. But it's not. I wonder if they're all gone.
What happened?
Sin came up near us. I made it out okay, but I don't know what happened to their ship.
Was there anyone called Sid on that ship?
I don't know. They were all speaking that Al Bhed language.
I see.
So who's Sid?
He's my uncle, but I've never actually met him.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so that means you're Al Bhed too, Yuna?
On my mother's side, yes. Sid is my mother's brother. He became distant after my mother married. But she told me to seek him out if I ever needed help.
You're worried he was...
Don't tell Wakka about Yuna's lineage. The thing about Wakka, he never had much love for the Al Bhed.
Whoa! I gotta tell Wakka.
I thought I told you not to tell Wakka.
The game!
Oh!
Come on. Use your brain a little, Lulu.
Seconds left. The Aurochs are launching an all-out offensive. A long pass from Letty. It goes through. Oh. Oh. He shoots.
And that's the game.
The Aurochs win the match 3-2.
We won!
We did it! We're in the finals!
Not the most graceful win.
Hey, a win's a win.
If it was Chappu, he'd still be standing.
Hey, aren't you being just a little unfair?
Excuse me?
I know I could never... You're the one who told Waka that, right, Lulu?
Please, just
and
shut
I don't
up.
think Waka would ever try to take Chappu's...
You don't want to finish that sentence.
Come on, man. Use your brain for like half a second, please. Well, these crates moved in no time, sir. Luke got too hot for a answer. Magic sphere. And another HP sphere. I'm fighting all kinds of stuff. Everything's coming up Millhouse. And I'm Millhouse.
Sure you all right, Captain?
The game starts in a few minutes. You sure you okay?
We're playing the Gores, too.
Miss me?
Lady Yuna! Are you okay?
All this because of me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, it's appropriate to apologize.
How can you let some Al-Bhed kidnap you?
Hey, let it go, alright?
Don't go near Al-Bhed anymore, okay? They're trouble.
Alright. Alrighty, I'm gonna save. Because just in case I don't win this match. Because it's possible that RNG will just decide that I'm not going to win.
The game starts soon. No time for warm-ups. Ready?
Let me at him.
All right. I got something to tell you boys.
All right.
After this game, I'm retiring. I promised myself this would be my last tournament. Win or lose, I'm quitting Blitzball. But you know, since we're here, we might as well win.
Yeah!
Mind a bench.
I'm warming the bench. He's taking my place. All right, boys, let's win this one. Let's make the goers goners.
Let's blitz.
I saw you floating there on the sphere.
Hey, you weren't supposed to see that. Oh.
You really gave it your all, didn't you?
All right, boys, what are we gonna do?
Win!
For Captain Walker.
This is it, folks. In just a few minutes, the championship game. But who could have imagined a championship game between these two teams? Our legendary Luca Goers going against the horrendously ill-fated Besaid Aurochs.
This looks like history in the making, Baba.
Everyone has the same swimming animations.
They're already going at it, folks.
I'm pretty sure that would be a disqualification. They attack before the game starts. I'm pretty sure that's a disqualification. Manual. Normal. Okay, we're gonna dribble. Because there's no way you can actually stop me. Oh. Son of a gun. gonna attempt to break through. Son of a gun. Alrighty. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on! What freaking bull is that? Come on! You gotta give me a chance! Come on. What bull is this? Good. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Come on!
It's halftime.
The Goers are just playing great, Baba. Really great.
Zone defense, boys. Stop those Goers. What about... Get the ball and just shoot like...
Goers are going down! Yeah!
Shoot like crazy!
Down!
All right, hustle!
Well, we've got no chance. Two-man... What? There are 3! Come on! No. God. He's just 2. Oh, come on. Fine. Come on! Well, nobody's clear, unfortunately. And Titus can't perform his fucking shot now because, of course, they had to frickin' block it. Oh, come on. And of course, it's not going to be enough. Because of course it's not. No, it's not going to make it to him.
The fans are getting impatient.
God.
They're calling for some action. The Auroch spirits are fading quickly. Are they going down without a fight? Everyone seems to be calling for Waka, folks. Say, where is that player going? He's leaving the sphere pool. He may be injured.
To be honest, I did kind of feel left out. But it really was the Oryx and Waka show after all.
I wonder what's happening. The crowd is going wild. Oh, it's Waka. He's back on the field and ready to go. The Aurochs seem glad to have him back.
Got 2 minutes to score. Yeah, 2 minutes to score. Oh, come on! Can we please? Come on, really? Oh, wow. Got a goal with 15 seconds left in this freaking rigged game. Why the fuck not?
The Aurochs may have lost the game, but what a way to go!
Oh, shut the freak up, game. No, we're not saving. I got freaking cheated. reinforcements. Power spheres, though. That's not bad.
What's happening?
Well, that was unnecessary, Auron.
Auron!
Sir Auron!
So, you do know him?
Yeah, best guardian there ever was.
Yeah, it counterattacks physically. Alright.
Hey, give me a break!
So he's a summoner? Fine. Heck it. We'll save.
You're really leaving, Captain? Shouldn't you heal up first?
Yuna needs me with her now. I can't be lying around in some bed.
Yeah, but...
Come on, look sharp. The Blitz season just started. Don't make those faces, yeah?
Yeah, if you win that,
Well,
Blitzball is
see ya, boys.
replaced by the cup.
You be good.
Captain.
I can't hear you.
Captain!
Are you sure?
Never liked long goodbyes anyway. Sorry for making you wait, Yuna. I had some promises to keep, yeah? From now on, I'm your full-time guardian.
Then welcome back, Sir Wakka. Good to have you with us.
Hey. It's good to be back, yeah? So, any news on what happened?
Not really. We don't know where the fiends came from. Maester Micah is safe and sound, thanks to Maester Seymour. That's about it.
Maester Seymour's Aeon. It was so powerful.
Hey, you! Don't just stand there! All of this is your fault! Getting swallowed by Sin, ending up here in Spira, not being able to go back to Zanarkand, everything! I'm telling you, it's all your fault! Who are you, anyway? You knew my old man, didn't you?
Yeah,
And you also knew Yuna's father?
that's correct.
Hey, man, there's no way. That's just impossible.
Nothing impossible about it. Jecht, Vraska, and I... Together we defeated Sin 10 years ago. Then I went to Zanarkand, where I watched over you. So that one day, I could bring you to Spira.
Why did it have to be me?
Jecht asked me to.
Is he alive?
It depends on what you mean by alive. He is no longer human. But then, I felt something of Jecht there in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him when you came in contact with Sin.
It can't be.
It is. Sin is Jecht.
No, that's ridiculous! No way! I don't believe you!
But it is the truth. You'll see for yourself. Come with me.
If I say no?
Every story must have an ending.
I don't care about your stories!
I see. Sorry you feel that way. Fine then. Come or don't come, it's your decision.
Ah! What am I supposed to say? You tell me it's my decision. But I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only one who can tell me what's going on anyways. I have to go with you, I have to!
Yep.
Irritating, I know. Or are you afraid? It's all right.
Auron. Will I ever go home? Back to Zanarkand?
That's up to Jecht. I'm going to offer my services to Yuna. Come.
Alrighty. That's going to be it for today. You get a good night's sleep. I'm going to try and tackle winning that tournament tomorrow because I refuse to lose it. Have a good day, people. I will see you next time.